Hello everyone. My name is Glitchdaroon. Oh, I have an echo for some reason. Well, great start. So, I'm Glitchdaroon. You can just call me Rune. Today we're gonna do some random game development. This is a project I've been working on for, I don't know, half a year in my free time. I haven't really been working on it that much, but it is for my masters. So yeah, we'll just tackle it, and I think today we're gonna mainly focus on trying to get a main menu going and maybe an overworld. Um, yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Like, there's a lot going on here, and I'm always down to explain. So yeah, let's just dive into it. So my goal here is to create a main menu. I'll show off the game a little bit, how it is right now. So the idea is this is a grid-based a grid turn-based strategy game, sort of like XCOM, or Final Fantasy Tactics, or what would be another? Trying to think of another game. I know there's a lot of other games. I don't know, Advanced Chest. So, for example, we're this character Robin Hood. Robin Hood's kind of fast, so basically this is up here is a turn order that I have calculated based on the character's speed. This system that I've made for turns are kind of based off of how Final Fantasy Tactics did it, where your speed starts at 0, and based on your character's speed, it adds an amount to it, and when it hits 100, that means it's that character's turn to go. Sort of like a time-based action system, where some old school games had it would slowly they had a bar that would slowly fill up, and once that filled up, it would be that character's turn, and so everything would stop. They would do it. They would do their turn, and then it would go back down to 0. So it's kind of based off of that. Each character has specific stats, which we can see if we click this I button down here. This guy's class is a scoundrel. He has so much health mana. He can move 4 spaces. These are all of his actual stats. So if you could see, I guess I don't have speed on here. Maybe that's something I should add. Showing the current character's speed. That would be good. This is all the equipment they have. The system's pretty cool. I've set it up so that each character has their own gear, and they can equip it or de-equip it. And it's currently modular, so it's basically directly from this engine interface. But I'm planning on changing it in game, obviously, so they can equip stuff and remove stuff. But all these different equipment have different stats on them, which all contribute to this. So, for example, if we were to change some of the stats on the shoulders, it would change it in here. So yeah, this is calculated. This is an enemy. These are our 3 players. We can click move. Some of this might be broken still because I haven't touched this in a while, so I'm just kind of trying to jump back into it. Yeah, I mean, we can see if it works still. He moves. He doesn't have any more movement, so you don't see any more tiles. They can attack. Since he's a ranged character, he can shoot 7 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can, if we hover over a character, it shows the hit chance in the center of the screen and how much damage it'll do to them. This is calculated based on the current character's stats and also the target character stats. And then this character isn't in range, so it's not going to show anything. So if we click it, it'll have a confirmation. All of this is kind of, as I said, obviously it's still in working, but this is just so that we have, like, I don't know, something to go based off of. And just to confirm, so we're not just automatically accidentally clicking. I feel like there's got to be some sort of confirmation. This might be different how we do it when we get into it and how the controls are set up. But right now we have this confirmation box, so I'm going to click confirm. It shows that it did do 26 damage. It is actually possible to miss, because there was a miss chance. So if we continue shooting, maybe we get lucky enough. Oh, here, let's see. Nope. They're just too good. There you go. There's a miss. It doesn't do any damage, and they lose their action. Actually, I think I have it so that they can actually attack multiple times a turn. Oh, my dog is going crazy. Sorry, had to calm down my dog. So yeah, we have no abilities right now. We can end our turn, which obviously updates the turn order and then goes to the next character's turn. We also have Ace, calm down. We also have a camera system where you can rotate the camera. You could zoom in and out. I need to kind of, I don't know, adjust how it's actually controlled. You can move around. You can rotate, move. Trying to make the camera system more fluid so that you can see whatever angle you want. You can even go up and down. There is a lock on it, so it only can go up so much and down so much. So this is all stuff I'm currently developing and trying to implement. There's some rendering issues. This is a basic map that obviously isn't the end product. I'm doing a lot of work this coming, I don't know, 8 weeks on the map. Yeah, so that's the basic of my game right now. So we can try to start tackling some main menu. I could show you guys how main menus are set up. So basically for my main menu, I'm going to create a new level that's just going to act as a main menu. So I have all these assets. It's really important to try to keep your assets nice and organized. You don't want to have to jump all over the place. Currently, the levels are in scenes. I have this bridge scene. That's the nav mesh. I'm going to move this bridge scene into the bridge scene. And then I'm going to create a new one called levels. Maybe maps. Maybe maps is good. And I'm going to move this entire thing into maps. And then we're going to create a new one called user interface. Or maybe menus. Yeah, menus is good. Menus. And then we are going to create a new scene. Oh, I'm playing. Whoops. We'll create a new scene. We'll do the basic stuff. And then we'll save it. Hopefully my document system doesn't show up and we're good. So I'm going to save it within that scenes menus folder that I just created. And we're going to call it main menu. Save. Okay, so we should be able to see it here. Yeah, main menu that's currently what we're in. So basically what we're going to do, we're going to create a new canvas. So how you can do that, you just right click over in here, you go to UI, and then we're going to create an image. This is going to be standing as our background. And we want it to cover the entire screen. So how to do that is we go over to the section over to the right. Sorry, my dog's still going off for some reason. He just doesn't care. Okay, so we were setting up the background, and I need to set the entire screen. So I'm gonna go over to this little thing on the right in the inspector. This is how you can set like the anchors of an object, and so the anchors mean that this is what part of the screen the XY positioning is going to be based off of. So for this, we just want to stretch it across the entire screen because we want the entire screen to be the background. So this bottom one is the one we're going to aim for. And if we select it, we can just zero out these objects, and you can see that it's going to start filling up the screen. Ooh, it's bright. So I'm gonna just make a background out. Maybe a nice gray. For now, we're just gonna have basic background. I don't have a lot of assets, so this is a concept called white boxing, which means that you basically just set up quote unquote white boxes, which you saw from my gameplay, which was just they're supposed to stand in and eventually you'll replace it with art. And this is what a lot of developers do because obviously we're not that amazing in art. So that'll be another point which I'll be replacing all the white boxes with actual art. But for now, we're just gonna use basic primary colors and basic UI interfaces that we'll eventually replace. So we have this background. Now we want to add even more. So we're going to add another UI and we'll add a title. So we're going to go to UI text and we'll just name this title. And my title is currently my working title of this game is Esden. It's a world I created while playing D&D. So I don't know. It's kind of stuck with me. So it's definitely what I'm going to go with for right now until I can think of something better. Yeah, so we'll go with Esden. We're going to make the font much bigger. I don't know, maybe 100. Maybe 150. We need to change its width. We're going to set it towards the top of the screen. So we set this to 0. We change the pivot to the top center. We set the position to 0. We need to set the width. I don't know. 500 should be good. As you can see, it's easily fitting in. We can set the height a little bit more, maybe 100. Now we need to move it down a little bit. It's kind of off the screen, so we'll do negative 100. Maybe more, negative 200. 250. Maybe we need to make it bigger. How does 200 stand? Okay, now we need to make it wider. A lot of this is just adjusting small parts to make it look good. So we have our title. We're not going to really do much with it. We could do this as our main menu canvas. I like making sure my stuff is named correctly so I can easily understand what I'm looking at just by seeing it on the sidebar. So we have this title now. I don't know. We probably want some basic buttons. So I don't know. Basic buttons would be maybe start game, options, exit. I think that's pretty good. I don't really. Maybe we'll do new game, load game, options, exit. Because I feel like that'll be functionality we want eventually. So we'll add 4. I'll put it in a nice little, I don't know, a nice little component. So we're going to create an empty object. We're going to call these buttons. So empty objects are great because like you basically could put objects underneath them and they'll just basically encompass all the buttons so that you can move it around as a group. So for example, I just made an empty buttons object, which I can, thank you. I'm currently working on it. So we can add all the buttons to the buttons object and easily move them around. So let's just add all these buttons. New game. Load game button. Options button. And exit button. So these will be all the buttons we have for now. Obviously we can keep adding them, but I don't know of any others we need right now. So we're gonna change this to new game text. We'll open all these up just so it's easier to get to. Load game text. Options text. Exit text. So we're gonna just update these so we know what buttons we're messing with. New game. Yeah, so this is the actual like text on the button that appears. So as you can see, I typed exit. This now shows up on the button. We got options. And we got load game. And we just want to spread them evenly, make them larger probably. 50, maybe 200, maybe 300. Sure, I guess that's fine. 50, 300, 50, 300, 50, 300. So load button, we're gonna drop down maybe 100. I'm gonna drop this maybe 200. And last but not least, this one with 300. I don't know, maybe is the least. It's just the exit. So yeah, we have the buttons created. We have the background, we have the title. So this is a very, very basic menu, obviously. There's not really much to it. I'll probably have to be changing it up when I actually get into the design because this is kind of boring, very, very basic. This is what you might find in any typical indie game or basic beginner game, I don't know. So I will probably add a little bit more design to this and make it a lot cooler. But as I said, right now we're just kind of white boxing the entire game, and then we'll go back and... I know, right? It is the most basic thing. But it's just the white box. We got to get everything working. And then once we get it working, we'll get it actually looking good. But step one is getting it working. So with that, there's a lot of different ways you can do actually getting these buttons to work. The way I like doing it is to create a script behind the menu and then just using basic basic methods in there. So I guess we'll do that. We'll create. So to add a script, you basically go click on the canvas, you add component, click new script, and we'll just call this the main menu script. I know, main menu's fine. So it's created. One thing to note is that when it's created, we apparently have to load it. All right, let's see. Let me pull up my. Where's my Visual Studio at? Sorry, let me close. Okay, so when it's created, when it's created, you have it basically is just thrown in the top, and we'll move it to where we want it to go. So scripts, yeah, there's a lot of code already. So I think I have it in core. No, core is the manager's interface. It would be an interface. So there's already a lot of interfaces that I've created. I kind of showed it off at the beginning. We're just gonna move it in there just so we have it with everything else. Okay, so for our functions, we need 4 functions. We need a simple new game clicked. And we'll just copy this a couple times to make it faster. Exit clicked. Options clicked. Load. Game clicked. So what we're wanting to do is, I guess the first one to do is the exit. It's the simplest one. So exiting in Unity is pretty simple. There is an application.quit. This will do it when you're actually running the game, like as an actual software. But this won't happen. This won't do anything if you're in the editor. So you can do a check if Unity editor. If that's the case, then we do Unity editor dot editor application dot is playing equals false. Then you can do an end if, and then we just clean up this code. So if it's in the Unity editor, it'll call this. It'll set this to playing, which will exit. Otherwise, you will actually close the entire game. So how we can implement this is we go into the actual interface. We can go down to this button, add a new one. We grab the canvas that has the script on it. We throw it in here, and then the functions will now show up in here, which we will have the, it didn't compile for some reason. That's great. Attach Unity. I don't know why it's not compiling, but are we good now? Do we have it? This is fantastic. So it's there. It should be working. Exit's clicked. Exit button. Function. Ugh. I hate Unity sometimes. I gotta figure out why it's not actually connecting now. Give me a brief pause so I can figure out what's happening. What am I doing? If I regenerate, maybe it'll be good. Hopefully. Okay, hopefully that worked. It did not. That's great. Oh, you know what? I am an idiot. Just realized if I do public, I should recompile. Yep, I just needed public on it. Okay, so we'll throw public on the others. Whoops. And then we will let it recompile. Okay. So now if we play it, we should be able to have the exit button actually work. We can hover over them, we can click the exit, and it stops playing. Super simple, but it works. And that's what I'm aiming for. Next, we'll do the options button. We're just going to connect everything up quickly. Menu, options clicked. Perfect. Load button. Pull this over. Main menu. Load game clicked. New game. Add one. Pull this over. Oops. Pull this over. New game clicked. Okay, that should be good. Sorry, just trying to think. Okay, so we have that. So now we just got to actually do stuff with this. So one thing we could do, is actually load a scene when we do new game. We could just load the currently existing scene. Which we could use the scene manager for. So if we do just, what is it? Scene manager dot load scene. And then we just need to give it the name of the scene, which, let's see. Maps, bridge scene. Should be called bridge scene. Bridge scene. I'm gonna call it bridge map. So we will do bridge map. And so if we have this, then we come back here. We can click play, and the new game should take us to our game. There we go. I'm actually surprised that works. I guess not. I guess you don't need to have it included. Okay, so one thing to note when you're jumping between scenes is that you need to update the build. Because currently the only thing included in the build is this bridge scene, and so we need to add the main menu to it. And we're gonna move this up so we start in it. And then we can just close this. So with that, every single scene you need to navigate to, you need to add it to the build so that make sure it actually builds that menu or that level. So currently we have that. So now we probably, I don't know what we can make the other scenes. We can just lay them out. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them yet, but we could at least create the menus for them. This is kind of the whole process of white boxing everything. Like you kind of lay everything out and then you start filling in all the details. So right now we're just going to create a new scene for we'll save it. Well, I'm going to name it menus, do options menu. And we're going to do something similar that we did. We're just going to create a new canvas with an image. This is going to be the background. I don't remember what color I used, so we'll have to figure that out. We'll have to set a color on the other one. Options, menu, canvas. The background, we're going to set this to the full screen. And we'll throw a quick text at the top and a button that just goes back to the main menu. So it's going to be rather simple. So we'll have text. This will be options. We'll just do title again. And we want to throw it on the background so the background's behind everything. We'll add a button. It'll just be back. We'll throw it near the bottom. So we'll do -400. That's good. We'll do the same size. We'll do 350. We'll do the title. It doesn't need as big as the main menu one, so maybe 125. We'll do options. We'll send it to the top. Bam, -150. We need to make it wider, so 600. We want to center it. That's good. So we'll do something here. I mean, obviously, again, this stuff's all basic, so it's the most basic looking options menu you'll ever have. We'll add some styling to it eventually. I feel like I'm going to keep saying that, but I just want to emphasize that's the point of white boxing. Is that you just lay everything out, then you go back and add the detail. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to add a script, options. I'm going to create an ad. I'm going to move it to the right place so it's in our interfaces. I feel like I should make a new one called menus. And we'll throw the main menu in the setting. We'll throw a main menu. Options. I don't know, these both say menu, but I feel like they're more interfaces than menus. I'll have to figure that out. And we'll just do a public void back clicked. Whoops, back clicked. And then we'll just do a scene manager dot load scene main menu. And then with that should be all this interface is. So this should live on here. Now we just got to add the back text, back button. We'll add back to this. And then on the button, we're going to add a new interaction. Add it here. Options, back clicked. And with that, we should be able to press play. We're playing, and then we flip back, and we're back on the main menu. And now with that, we kind of want to jump back to the main menu. Let's figure out what background this is. Or let's uniform the background at least. So the background. We'll do 40, 40, 40. Just so that's nice and simple. And then in the main menu, we'll go back. We'll add a scene manager. .load scene. And we'll do options. Is it options menu? Or is it just options? It's options menu. Why am I making the script in the menu different? I'm gonna rename this to options menu. Yes, we'll rename it. And I guess with that, we'll move these two to the menus. So hopefully we're all good with that. And I'm gonna preemptively make a load game menu. Because that's what we'll be making next. So if we go to the options menu, we're gonna change the backgrounds to 40, 40, 40. I like how we almost picked the exact same background that Unity has. And then we'll create a new menu called... Oops, we need a new scene. So we're gonna do file, new scene. Great. We're gonna name this load game menu. We're gonna throw that in the scenes menus. Sorry, some of the stuff I'm doing is kind of off screen because I don't want to show my documents. So within this, we're gonna create a new background UI. We'll do an image. We're gonna name this background. We'll rename the canvas to the load game menu canvas. We will make this the 40, 40, 40. And again, with this one, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do with it. I mean, I know what I'm gonna do with it, but I don't know how it's gonna be laid out. So for now, we'll just make it as simple as the options menu was. So we're gonna add a title and a back button. And again, this is all just laying stuff out so that we can eventually utilize it for, whoops, I just deleted the event system. So that we can eventually utilize it for our actual game functionality. So this is gonna be title. I feel like I didn't do this in the other one, but we'll do buttons. And then we'll add a button, which will be the back button. Back text. We'll change this to the back. I keep saying back, now my back's itchy. I believe that's how that works. Yo, I just realized I'm at 69 followers. That's nice. Well, I gotta make a screenshot. I feel like that's nice worthy. Sorry, I'm pulling out Paint quickly. This is like on the fly meme making. Crop, save as. la. Um, trying to find where all my stuff is saved. Cool. Okay. Now back to it. Get it. Sorry. I'll stop. With 300, height 50. So we're gonna throw the title. What was it? 125 with 600 from the top. Negative 150. Maybe 100. I don't remember. This is gonna be load game. So we need to make it 1000 maybe. And we're gonna center it. And I think 150. There we go. Buttons, we're gonna throw this one down to negative 400. Perfect. Now we gotta again make another script. This is basically the essence of most menus in Unity. It's just make the interface on a canvas and then make a script for it and then connect it all up. And then you have a basic script or a basic menu. So we're gonna throw this back into the menus. We're gonna open it. We can just copy whatever we did on this one. That's exactly what this one's gonna do. Good. We're done. Now let it load. It's currently compiling. Then we are going to connect it up. So we're going to connect this to this. Load game button. It's not public. Where is it? Why does this always happen? It's not there. Great, what do we got? Load game menu. Back clicked. Save. Load game menu. We got load game menu. Back clicked. Load game menu. Oh, it's there. I'm just stupid. It's back clicked, not load game clicked. Okay. So this menu should be good. So if you go to the main menu, we should be able to navigate to the options, to the load, and to the main menu. So if you go to load, we have an error. Right. Like I was saying before, we need to add it to the actual build settings. Add open scene. Add open scene. And then we can go back to the main menu. Click play. And now we should be able to click those buttons. Load goes to load. We click back. Options go to options. We click back. Exit closes it. And new game starts the game. Now there's something we need to do for new game. As we can see, these menus are available, which they shouldn't be at this point. It seems like I already have a settings menu. I should have just used this. Huh. Okay, so let's see what the settings menu is. Oh, I see. Okay, so settings, what I can do is I can go to the prefabs. I probably have it in prefabs, interface, settings menu. I could throw this in here. And then I want to delete this. I'm not sure that was the best idea. Okay, so there's some stuff you guys smooth out, obviously. Okay. I think I see what's happening. So I'm gonna undo so we have this. So this. Can I throw this in here and delete this? There it is. There we go. Now we have the settings menu. So can I rename this? What if I rename this to settings menu? Reload. Okay, we're now settings menu. I'm gonna rename the actual text or the script to settings menu. Oh, we already have settings menu. Right, this one. Now what does this do? Now I'm debating whether or not to separate the in-game settings menu versus the out-of-game settings menu. Probably a smart idea. So I might rename this to in-game settings menu. And then this will be settings, main settings menu. Yep. And now, sorry, I'm really debating what I want to do. Okay, for now I'm going to split it up. I'll probably make a parent that connects both of them. But I'm definitely just going to keep them separate right now. Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep it separate for now. Okay, so this is the in-game menu, and what we're gonna do is let me update these before I forget. The main menu needs to go to the settings menu now. Make sure we get there. And this is set up so that we have different tabs. We have the game, video, audio, controls, and then just a generic back button. So what we want to do is we're going to want to change the actual background. So this is the background. Settings. I'm going to do the settings backgrounds. And we're going to change... What's the title? We have negative 150 like we had in 100. We'll do 125. Negative 125 maybe? Yeah, it looks better. Buttons, we're gonna do back button. We're gonna change this to We're gonna change this to settings, main menu, settings, back clicked. And currently nothing else is clicked, which is perfectly fine with me. These don't do anything. What is the content? Ah, so that's what actually is shown. Which I don't think I have anything in those. What we want to do is we want to update the backgrounds to 0 opacity, set it to 40, 40, 40. And then make it click save. And then we can go back to the main menu and see if this all works. So we'll go with the options. I don't know, there's some script running. Press back, options. These don't do anything right now. Load, back, new game. Okay, now we gotta fix whatever's happening here. Which seems like we just need to, on initialize, we need to hide the pause in the settings menu. So if we go into what the hell is happening on that screen, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go to the bridge map. So basically what we want to do is we have battle user interface, canvas, and these are all the menus. And currently if we hide this one and this one, oh, I just show those two, you can see there. If we click play, it should update. And sorry, I guess that only shows in the menu. So if we go to select the battle interface. No, maybe it's we have an interface manager. And these two are currently not set. So we do pause menu. Whoops. What are these doing? Okay, so we gotta update. Yeah, we moved the script, so that was my bad. So we need the scripts, interface, menus. We click. I'm gonna go into the actual object, the pause menu. And I'm gonna add in here. Oh, we gotta remove this. Okay, so this is still connected somehow. That's fine. We gotta delete this script. Remove script. Save. I believe we saved it. So now we gotta go to the settings menu. We gotta fix this whole script issue. Remove this one. And then add the in-game setting. Save that. Then we just gotta connect all these up. Title. Game settings. Video settings. Audio settings. Control settings. Save. It's all saved. What are you still yelling at me for? If I press play, are we good? Yes. Okay, so hopefully with that, we can go back to our not bridge map, main menu map. Click play. And our dog in the background if you listen very carefully. Click new game, And it should load perfectly fine. There we go. Now we're right into the game. Jace, calm down. Let's see. Okay, so that's a basic menu setup. So I'm gonna start working on an overworld. So basically this game is set up into your character should be able to move around in an overworld. Which means that they can go from like multiple maps or a city or a shop or something. So I'm going to start setting up that system. So we're going to create, again, a new interface. Or sorry, a new scene. It's not going to be an interface. It's going to be a whole... an actual playable system. So I'm going to save this. This is going to be... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to throw this for scenes. I'm going to call it Overworld. I'm going to create a Overworld controllers. Managers, maybe. In it, we'll have a new object called player manager. Sorry, maybe we'll do input manager. I think it's probably the best option. Input manager. We'll create a new... So I'm trying to figure out how to... So basically, my idea is that it's going to have a map, and a player can click and move their character from throughout the map. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a map, quote unquote, and with that, that'll just be plane, and then we'll put a map on top of the plane, like an image, when we get that created. So for now, we're just going to create a plane, and this will be overworld map, and we'll create points of interest. Points of interest. And this will contain all the various things that a player can move to. Eventually, I want to restrict it so that when you're on a specific city, you can only move to specific places. But that might go into a points of interest. We'll create a new empty point of interest. And we'll throw this in here. And we're going to make this a prefab. So in the prefabs, I'll create an overworld one. Overworld. And I'll throw this point of interest into it. So what we can do in this one, so point of interest, maybe right now we'll just have it, we'll just have it as a sphere. We look at the scene. So we have a sphere. That's fine. We'll give it a material. So we have materials, generic maybe. We'll just do. We'll create a new one for point of interest. Create for point of interest. We'll create a new material here. Material. This is going to be selected. Maybe current. Maybe accessible. And defaults. Oh, and selected. Or hovered? I think hovered would be a better term. Hovered. Maybe target. Yeah. Okay, so defaults. We kind of want them to be always visible. So maybe we'll make them, I don't know. Green. Green would be a good accessible. Maybe a light blue. Light blue seems good to me. Let's do 255 for all. Except for red. That should get us a good light blue. Current will be dark red. Seems good. Yeah. Targets. Target will be red. We're going to change the current to yellow. So maybe 255 there. Okay, yeah, that works. And then accessible will be green. So what are we looking at? 0, 0? Is that good? Sure, that works. So with that, we just want the sphere. We want to make it default, so we're gonna throw default on there. We'll make the scale of this 2. We want it a little bit larger. So if we look at this, maybe that's too large. Who knows? No, that's fine. It's all how we determine it, really. Anyway. So then we're going to make the... Oh, we have generic. We have a brown mat, green mat. Let's see. Did I name these all matte? Okay. We'll rename these all POI matte. POI matte. POI. It's always important to keep everything uniform, however you're doing it. So since I was doing this before, I'll do it that way. I'll do that, that's fine. Jace, calm down. Okay, so we're gonna change this. We're gonna make this a generic, I don't know, light gray. Dark gray? Dark brown. Sure, dark brown works. And then we're gonna create a new empty one, and this is gonna be the player. We'll call it overworld player. And let's see, character. I don't know. We'll do a new mat. And character. We'll do an overworld thing. Overworld player mat. I don't know, what should the color be? We'll just do like a pink for now. Okay, overworld player, we'll make it a... I mean, we've been making all of them boxes, so might as well make it a box. Cube. We are going to throw this into a prefab. We're going to take the player, the cube. Can I look in there? And we're going to make this overworld mat. Okay. So what is up with this? 0, 0, 0. Where are we located? Why are we not at 0? Okay. There we go. Now we're at 0. That was weird. Okay, so our player. So we'll make a couple of points of interest just so that we have them. We'll rename this Town. Town 1. Super generic. We'll make Town 2. Town. So we'll name this one Bridge. Town 2. Maybe another one, maybe a forest. Forest. I'm just gonna alphabetize them. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna make this overworld map larger. 10, 10, 10. I guess we don't need a cube, so we just need, oops, this be 1. Okay, what does the camera look like? So we want the camera to be dead center looking down. -50. Sorry, negative 90. 90? And if we increase this by 10? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Maybe 30? Okay, that's something. I think we could roll with this for now just to get the basic idea out. And we're going to throw... I don't know, we'll throw... We'll put Town 1 on the far left. It'll be the -10. And we'll recolor it. We'll... where's the mats? Materials. I guess we're not going to recolor them. Because we're going to be recoloring them based off of... So I kind of want to recolor them based on the type. So we'll change some of the mats around. Points of interest. So we're going to have an accessible... How should I do this? Maybe we'll do like a thing that goes around it. So we'll do create mat. We'll do town POI mat. And this is going to be like maybe a dark blue. What's this? Perfect. Dark blue. And then we'll do, what should we call this? Wild POI mat. So this is like basically you're gonna be out in the wild. We'll make it red for now. I know I have another one that's red. Target. We're gonna change these up slightly so that it'll just kind of have like a glow on it when it's hovering, instead of like actually. So for this, we want to make this. So for bridge, we want to make it a wild. We're gonna make forest wild. We want to make the other two towns. Okay, so we're gonna take this. We're gonna move it bridge. I don't know, maybe 5. 5? Nope, that's not the right one. 5. We'll make forest -2, -3. Sorry, keep doing the wrong one. -3. Maybe negative. We'll do -5, and then town 2 will be -10, -5. No, we went 10, maybe -5. I'll make town 1. We'll kind of do like -15, 5. Just sort of just give it a little bit more variety. So what's this? The forest. We'll do -4, -5. That's fine. Our character. How do we want to display that the character's at this place? Maybe we'll have the character like right outside of town. So like whatever they're in, they'll be like location -1 on the Z or something. So for example, I think maybe like if he's in town 1, then he's like gonna be -16. No, I mean -14. Maybe 6. And then he's gonna rotated 45. That's the wrong one. 45. Perfect. So that means he's at that town, and then he'll move. Oh, it's going well, Soup. Just creating an overworld for this game. Getting some basic stuff done. I've already created a menu system for our main menu for this game, and yeah. I can show it off quickly. Let's see. So here is the main menu. Everything's very, very simple. It's all just white boxing. Yeah, it's fine. I'm trying to talk through everything so people can figure it out. But basically, we have a main menu. You could break the main menu, apparently. That's nice. I need to redo that. Load, go back, new game. This is the actual game. So we have very basics of a game. You enter turn. Attack our own allies, deals damage. We can move the camera around. View equipment and properties. We can move our camera around even more. We can zoom in, zoom out, rotate, go up, down, rotate again. Yep. So that's the basis of the game for the most part. But currently we're making an overworld so the player can move between different maps. So yeah, so we have our points of interest. We want to be able to move the character to when he clicks. So we'll have to do... So how I have this stuff kind of set up is each of these is kind of an object that we add a script to. Awesome. Sounds great. So yeah, so we're gonna add a script to this object, which is gonna be overworld player. Create a new script. This shows up in our actual code. So I'm gonna move this to I guess we'll make a new one called Overworld. Whoops. Everything's scripted. The entire thing is scripted. So we're gonna move it into this Overworld folder, which this doesn't really have much in it, which is fine. We gotta kind of create all of our scripts right now. Then we want to create a script for the points of interest. Point of interest. We're gonna move this into our overworld again. There's that. Last but not least, we need our overworld input manager. Okay, I don't know why you open back up. Well, we need an overworld manager. Overworld managers. We are again gonna move this into here. It's gonna compile and probably reopen because it always does, I guess. I don't know. This is why I generally use multiple screens, but it's hard to capture multiple screens. And then we need the input manager. Overworld input manager. Okay, cool. Okay, so the point of the overworld managers is just to have basically a reference to all the different managers that are in the scene. So we want to make a public overworld input manager. And this is very similar to our other game managers. So we're gonna just copy some of this stuff on here and throw it back onto this. Cool. Our input manager. We basically just want to throw a reference to the input manager into this, so that now everything can have access to the managers through the overworld managers. I guess it's getting kind of confusing, but you know, code can get confusing. I guess that's one of the glories of working in it. Oh no, please, I love talking. I prefer, you know, talking to people than trying to explain all my code. But if you have any questions, just holler. How long have I been software and game development? I mean, I've been doing software for... I did it through college, so that was 4 years. I did it a couple years before that, so 6 years. And then I've been a professional developer for 5 years. So professionally 5 years, non-professionally 11 years. But game development, I did a little bit of college, and pretty much since I've gotten out of college, I've been doing it as a hobby. So 5-ish years for game development. Yeah, it's been quite the journey, especially trying to figure out all the game development stuff. My goal really is just to be able to teach people at this point. I really just want to work through a game, and hopefully that'll show people the process of how you might go through a game. I'm not an expert, as I always say, but I am experienced. So it should be enough to actually, teach people that stuff. Let's see. Definitely. No, I agree. Yeah, it's definitely something that I've been like. Obviously, I've always been into video games. I mean, I'm streaming video games, and have played it since God knows when. So the idea of, I think the idea of jumping into video games was kind of like, just kind of my next step, especially since I was a software developer, and I started getting really curious on how the games were made. So in high school, I did some basic games. I know I made basically a. I remember in one of my high school. In one of my high school programming classes, my friend and I made this game, and he hated me for it. Well, actually, that wasn't a game. It was a software, and every single variable in it was the word blah, and I changed all the various, like, it would be like, for example, it would be like, oh yeah, public blah, and then we'd have like another, or public string blah, and whatever language we're using, these were technically different. I guess C# it does that too, where the capitalizations matter. But like it would have all these things, and I basically showed it to my friend. And he's like, "The hell's wrong with you?" We also tried to make a very simple Pokemon-esque RPG game in Visual Basic. And if you ever know anything about that language, that thing is, it's weird. It gets weird. But that's all we knew at the time, so we obviously used Visual Basic. It is. No, I agree. But that's like the first language I learned, because that's what I was taught at high school, was Visual Basic. And we made a game in it, and it was the worst. Hey, that's fair. Yeah, I do a lot of programming things that, well, hopefully not professionally. I don't do this stuff, but I do a lot of programming stuff just to mess with my friends. And one of them is that stupid blah thing. I also I wrote a Discord bot at one point that converted, that basically only translated the text for specific users, so that you can like encode stuff over Discord between each other. And oh boy, there'd be a lot of stupidity from that. Okay, so we created all the managers. So we're gonna take a look at the inputs. Hell yeah. I love stupidity. I like approaching stupidity in a smart way, I guess. I like smart stupidity, if that makes sense. I'm gonna reference this other input manager we have. So this is the overworld. That's fair. I thought it would make sense. I feel like smart stupidity is kind of like, it's kind of weird, but it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So we're gonna do the same thing pretty much that we're doing in the input manager. Get overworld input manager. So one of the things that to note about Unity is that the main thing happens in these update functions. At least for me, it does. I know there's a lot of other ways to do it. But basically the update function is called every tick of a game. So every frame that happens is called add a update. So this is basically the continuous loop of the game. So this is where we're gonna do over checks and whatnot. So we don't have any paused stuff currently. It's dumb in a goofy way, but also clever way with how it's executed in the process of making the stupidity works. Oh, definitely. Definitely. So yeah, so everything happens in the heart of the update of a script. As I said, this is called every tick. So basically what we want to do is, if we have our camera here, we want to be able to select an object by hovering over it. So we want to select which town we're going to move to, or point of interest. So we've already done this before. Well, I have, so we can kind of reference it. I have a basically in this map, there's basically a shit ton of these. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is how I did it. There's a shit ton of this game grid tiles. So these tiles are all objects. They're basically all these little boxes. What am I looking at? They're all these little boxes that are basically shown and not shown. And they're kind of similar to how these point of interest are going to be handled, where you basically can hover over them, it changes the material, and then you can click them, and it sets the target location that your character is going to move to. So we're basically going to do the same thing, just in this overworld, as these grid spaces. There's just going to be a lot more grid spaces, which is perfectly fine. So overworld. Oh, I need the level. Overworld level. We're back here. We're looking at it. We want to check out the inputs. So there's this thing called there's this function, the get hovered grid space. So this is kind of where concepts of game development kind of get really complicated. Mainly the idea behind selecting an object based on our... Sorry, my character is keep going down. I'm going to change it. The idea behind like selecting an object is we're going to raycast to it. So this basically goes camera, main camera, and then you screen point to ray. So whatever your mouse is hovering over, that object is what you're going to be clicking. So we're going to basically do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this for now, and we'll rename it. So this will get our hovered. We'll name it get hovered POI, or POI, point of interest. So our new ray is going to be the camera to a point that our mouse is hovering. If it hits something on the grid space layer, which will do the POI layer, which I believe we need to create a new layer. Layer mask. So we just got to do a serialized private layer mask of a POI layer. So the layers are basically like, sorry, I need to get something to drink. The layers are pretty much like everything that an object is currently sitting on. And you can assign different layers to different objects. Sort of just like pieces of paper on top of each other, like they're all written on one, but they're all technically like laid down and they're all in the same space. If that makes sense. And then we're gonna transform and get the point of interest. Can't. Oh. Point of interest. So this is going to be the var hovered POI equals this. And this is going to be checked every frame. So we can basically just hovered POI dot, what is it, dot material? I guess we could pull up the grid space to see how it does it. So the grid space has a set hovered, and it'll change the mesh to a new material. So we'll do something similar. We'll do a hover mat, which I kind of want to do this differently, but I'll just do this so we can demonstrate and see if it works. So basically, we're just gonna set hovered. I don't know if we need the status quite yet, so we're not going to do that. I have a string status. Sorry, a lot of this times I look through stuff and I see that I want to refactor it. Because if we have a status that is going to be specific strings, I think it's better to make an enum in this case. It doesn't really hurt in any regard, but it hurts me in my soul. But we'll just update the. We shall update the mat just to see that it works. We're in the overworld input. Okay, so we have that. It should update it when we hover it. So if I go over here and I go to the point of interest. Oh, it's not the point. It's in the input manager. So yeah, we don't really want this in here either. We kind of want to throw it in the actual point of interest, but we'll leave it here for now just to demonstrate. So mats, we're gonna throw. Let's see. Input manager. We're gonna put the. I guess accessible is fine because it's like different color. So then if we click play, theoretically, if I hover over it, it should change colors. It didn't change colors. It's because an object's missing. What are we missing? Foil layer. So we got to make a new layer. Edit layers. Appear in the top right. We create a new one. We call it poi. I'll do a point of interest. I don't want to keep using point everywhere if it's not explainable. So then we can go to these. We could go into the actual can change the prefab and it'll change all of the game objects that exist in the game that are of that prefab. If you want more information, I can explain a bit more, but it's kind of a basic concept of this game development, or at least Unity and Unreal. I think Unreal has it too. It just basically allows editing large amounts of the same game objects. For example, all of one type of enemies will be a game object, so you can edit them and it'll change all the properties of a single, of all that type of enemy, and so forth. Let's see, the point, sorry, we were adding a layer to this. So we're gonna throw this in the, did I not add a layer? I added into a tag. layer. So we'll throw it here, layer 8, points of interest. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna change this to point of interest. Yes, change children. So that should have changed all of the ones that already exist. Yeah, as you can see, this point of interest is now set to all of them. We can then go to the input manager, select a poi. Wow, it is a lot of balls. We're now red balling it instead of white boxing. I don't know. So yeah, now we have the layer selected. So hopefully now it should change colors if we hover over it. Nope, we did something wrong again. It's right. This happens a lot. What are we looking at? Update. The update has a null reference. The get hovered is there. The get component mesh render dot material. Is that thrown there? Hold on, we're gonna do some debugging. Okay, so the update has no reference. I feel like I did this for my other one. We just gotta check if it's null or not. Yeah, because so we're just making sure that it's not null, and then we can check it. Okay, so we're hovering, but it's not doing anything. So we'll have to do even more debugging. So what we want to do is check when it's not null. We want to check that it's doing something. So it seems like it's always null, which is fun. Okay, so I'm gonna see what the ray is hitting. So I'm gonna throw it here. Hopefully that'll do something. Okay, it did something. So the raycast info is that we are looking at an object at 1000, which I think this should be the map. Okay. So we are going to oh, whoops. It's doing it every second. That's great. That makes sense. I told it to do every second. It's doing what I told it to do. Okay, so it's not. I put a debugger inside the text that it's hitting a layer that is point of interest. It's not doing it. So that's great. So I'm thinking that maybe I need to move these up a little bit. So I'm gonna move all these up half a spot. And we'll see if that puts it above the map. Okay, so it's still not hitting it, which is fun. Let's see. What can we be doing that's wrong? Sorry, this is some of the fun of debugging. So every second it's calling the get hovered POI. Should be getting the mouse position. So I'm just going to do a console dot right line inputs dot mouse position. Actually, we'll display the ray. So theoretically, this should display. Oh wait, there's actually a different thing for displaying this. Sorry, I think it's debug dot log. We hit play. Oh, continue. Okay, so I am questioning whether or not. I think it's hitting the camera. So this is the camera location. Why is this not working? It's all cool. This is the same thing I do for the grid. My only thought process is that I need to set this to point of interest. So let's see if that works. Nope, didn't work. Hmm. Let's see, let's think. So I'm taking a look at my old code for my actual game input manager. I guess we don't really need to do this. We can just do var. You know for a fact it's gonna be a point of interest. If that is not null, then we set the mesh. Can I? See, let's display the hit info. Maybe that'll tell us something. It doesn't tell us anything. Hit info dot, what do we got? Dot get type. Does that work? Mm-hmm. No, it doesn't. Dot maybe get maybe it's transform dot get game object. Okay, chill. What does it say? World 33. Sunset. Makes sense. So I'm trying to think of why this is happening, or why it's not happening, I guess. So it should return the selected object. Maybe it's... Do I not have camera? Oh, is that the issue? Hold on, let's find out. Input manager. What is camera? Camera.main. I somehow have a feeling it's something with camera. Let's type main camera. That is main camera. Hmm. Still trying to figure this out. The reference script is null. What's this? Reference script is unknown. Can we rebuild, please? Rebuild solution. Yes, I want to stop debugging. Okay, so we attach it so we can actually use the debugging. We replay it. Okay, so I'm gonna just new game object. This is so we're just gonna do dang, this doesn't work. We're doing another one. We're just gonna do defaults. And then this should return the game object. Get game objects. We're just doing this to try to see what's happening here. Hover, go. Oh, we hit something. So what is this game object we're looking at? How is this getting the sphere and the other thing wasn't? What? Why? Okay, so my only thought is that somehow this wasn't being returned then. The get component. So what was I doing wrong? What are we doing on grid? Let's check that. Because this seems about what's happening. Projects, prefabs, core? No, spaces. Grid space. Wait, what are we doing here? We just have a grid space. That makes sense now. Okay, so what's happening is basically the top level of this point of interest is actually just the sphere. So what we want to do is we want to move. Can I move this? No. Dang it. So we want to get rid of the sphere. We want to add a mesh renderer to this. We are going to make this default poi was a sphere. Here, I'm just gonna add a sphere to reference. We have a sphere mesh filter and a sphere collider. So we want to add a sphere collider. And then we also want to add a mesh filter. Mesh filter. Oh, it's already on that one. Whoops, wrong one. Mesh filter. Then we're gonna make this the sphere. Sphere. There we go. Now we can remove this. This should now be updated. Now our code should theoretically work. Let's hope. Because I'm gonna lose my mind if it doesn't. There we go. So now we can hover over it and change its colors to our new one. Yay, thank God. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing to this overall player too, because it's gonna have the same issue. So we're gonna add a mesh filter. Mesh filter. We're gonna make this a cube. Cube. Then we're gonna add the mesh render. We'll make this the overall player. We'll add a mesh cube collider, maybe? Box collider is what it is. Then we delete the cube, and we should be good to go. Cool. There we go. We're gonna make the point of interest 2 times larger. Wide boys, apparently. Okay, there we go. And then we're gonna update the materials to use the world. So this goes in that one. Okay, so now we can play, and now we're back to where we are. Hover, changes colors. Perfect. So that just demonstrate this code now actually does work. The whole issue was that the thing with the mesh renderer was actually a child of the hovered POI. So we would have had to do like hovered POI dot get component cube maybe, or get child or something. I don't know what it would be. Let's see, hovered POI dot get components. Maybe get component and then cube, or yeah, cube, and that should have gotten it. Or maybe it would be hovered POI dot cube. But that would have been the way to do it. if we didn't want to put it all in one, which there's no reason not to put it all in one because there's nothing else on that top parent one, and that's kind of our main object, so I think it's better to do it this way. Which is why I did it for the grid space. So yeah, that's that figured out. Now we can head back into actually using that. So it's hovered, it changes it. So now we have that this is actually correct. So then we can go. One thing we can do is move all this stuff to the actual point of interest, so it's not on here. One of the main things is we want to do is we want to separate the different specific things for an object into their actual code, so they're not just everywhere. So if we want to change something for point of interest, we know that we have to go to point of interest. So that's what we shall do. So that's the layer. So we would just do hover dot set hovered, which doesn't exist right now, so we need to create it. Public void set hovered. And this would set the get component mesh render equals hover component. And then let's see. So we have that. Then we probably want to click. So grid space. Let's see, what's this one doing? So on click. So we want to check the input get mouse button 0, which is your left click. So on hover, we first want to do that. One thing we can do is, actually, that's fine. So one thing I do in the grid space is that I have the hover grid space. So then we have this set the default. So we can do something similar over here. Basically that resets it to its original material, so that when you hover it, it changes, but then when you take it off, it removes it. So we could do void set default. And then we can do public material is default matte. And then we do this. And then one thing is we could do this at the beginning so that this is what it's set to at the very start, so that that is then handled by the code and not by the Unity interface. Yeah, so I need to get this grid space out of here because I keep trying to reference it for no reason. Point of interest. Default. Okay, so in the input manager, if that's, so that's if we click. So what I was gonna do was, I have a system where we check whether the current hover space is the same as the previous hover space. If it isn't, then we set the new one to the set to hovered. We grab the previous one, we remove the hovered. But that kind of only worked for, because we have a lot of no space. So I think what we do is just We don't do that there for this input, because basically when you put your mouse over the hovered and then you remove it, it's going to be not hovered. So we could throw it in this else statement. And we'll just have a thing called points of interest currently hovered. So when it's hovered, then we set the currently hovered equals to the hovered. Else, if currently hovered does not equal null, this means that we just basically moved off of it. This is where we'd set it to default. So we go currently hovered dot set defaults, and then we'll set this to null. So hopefully that we can check this, but that should clear out the hovered one and turn it back to its default one. So for each of these, we'll have a, since they kind of have different custom hovered or default mats, I'm going to update this point of interest. The defaults, or sorry, the hovered, I'll just set it to this green. And then if we look at this, the bridge is a wild, so we're going to set it to wild. Whoops. Set it to wild. The forest is a wild, so we'll set that to wild. The town is a town. And the other town is a town. So now hopefully when we hover over it, it should turn to green, and then after we move off of it, it'll turn back. Yeah. There you go. It's that simple. Well, I don't know if that was simple, but it works. That's the main thing. So now when we click it, we want the player to move to it, which if we sort of want everything to be, so I'm trying to determine how to say this. We want everything to be handled in one location for the game state. So we'll do a overworld map manager. Overworld map manager. This will store all the current locations and then all the available locations that a player can move to, and then the current location a player is currently located. So this is going to kind of store all of that. So again, we created a new script. Why is everything? I don't like how everything I literally had open just minimized for no reason. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna move this to the overworld folder. The overworld input, so we're gonna update the overworld managers to include this new one. Public overworld map manager. We'll call it the map manager. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna reference it here. We need to connect it here so that we can always grab it from anywhere. And what we're gonna want to do is that we want to set the current location. Okay, why is it minimized? So overworld input, no, overworld map manager. So this is going to be the current, it's going to be point of interest, current POI. Okay, so then we could go overworld manager. Okay, it didn't update. Save. Oh, that's because I need to make this public. That's why it didn't update. We're gonna change this to where we town 1. Right there. So now we can check that if we click on the same thing, we don't move our player. That's basically why I had that set there. So one thing we need to do is we need to get the input manager. We want to get the game managers. So we access all the other managers. So when we click it, we want to do if hovered POI does not equal game managers dot map. Oh, this needs to be overworld managers. So if we do managers dot map manager dot current POI. So if the hovered one is not the current POI, then we're gonna do managers. We're gonna add the player to this. Public. Actually, we'll add the player to the map because that makes sense. The overworld player. So then managers.map manager.player dot move to POI. And then we'll pass the hovered one in here. And so now we need to do overworld player move public void move to POI point of interest POI. Hopefully that's all good now. Okay. So now move to POI. I believe we do that a similar thing. Again, I'm just going to reference a lot of stuff that we've already done because I already have it tested. This one should have okay, so the player I think it's under character. Grid position. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of code in here. perform move. So if we go check what perform move does, so we got to look at scriptable objects, action, movement. Perform move. If the game manager moves to a space. So we should be doing this maybe where it makes sense. Map, in the map, overall map. We'll do a and maybe we just call the map and have it do that. Overworld map manager, where are we at? Oh, we're in it. Public void move to POI. And then we'll do a point of interest, POI. And then yeah, that's good. Because we had the player already there. We don't need to reference that. Maybe we'll do move player because this is specifically exactly what we're doing. We're not moving a passing character like the other ones were. So I copy this code just so I can modify it. So this one's much more complicated because we have to do a lot of calculations, but we really don't need to do that. I believe if I just do I think I need to create a nav mesh for the character to move. So if we do that, so I gotta remember how to do this. Okay, so exactly what I was just looking at. So I'm gonna open the bridge map so I can see what the nav mesh was doing. So nav mesh, we do window, AI, navigation. And we just want the all areas. Well, we just want to do the overall map. Navigation static. That's walkable. And then I believe we just click bake. And it should create an overall nav mesh. Cool. So let's say you create a nav mesh. So we should have that nav mesh now existing. All right, we need a nav mesh agent. Nav mesh agent. humanoid. I'm gonna hope this worked. Okay, so in our layer. No, this was all done in our this thing. Okay, so what we're gonna do is basically this is the most important part. Do we need to add a reference? We do. We need this AI. Hopefully we can use that. We don't need these generics, I don't think. And this is gonna be player, get nav mesh, and this is gonna be POI. And what we want to do is that we want to actually we'll just see if this works. Hopefully it'll just move the player to the correct location. Okay, what are we doing? Right, we're not doing the player anymore. Move player to POI. Okay. We have a null reference. Line 31. Which is managers. Okay, that makes sense. So we gotta update this with managers. So if we click this, we have another one. What do we got? 12. Okay, so the map now needs reference to the player. Makes sense. Let's try this again. One more time. Click. Hey! Our guy is moving to the city. Well, to the wilds in this case. And then you can move to the next one. And then to the next one. Oh, okay, so he's not going to move to this one because this is the currently selected one. We haven't updated that one. So what we do is just, after we have him moving, we just set current boy equals boy. And now you should be able to move between all of them. Let's try this again. Move. Okay, so yeah, I can actually move him while he's still moving. So I don't know if that's exactly what we want. So we might want to update that. Because the idea is that when our player is currently on town 2, he should only be able to exit go to this one or this one. And when he's on this one, he should only be able to go to this one and this one. So there's going to be kind of like paths in between them based on what where they could go from a specific location. And I mean that's going to be shown up on like the map that's going to appear behind this. So it's not really going to be something I need to add, but hopefully it'll be rather simple. So we just need to, what's the first thing we want to do? Okay, so why don't we show the currently available selected? So we're basically each POI is gonna have a group of available POI to move to. So we'll just do an array of points of interest available POI. And this is actually going to be an array. So we have an array of available POI. Or actually, we'll just do in a list. I like lists better. And so what we can do with that, for example, whoops, that's the wrong one. And our points of interest, we have so town 1 is going to have access to the bridge and forest. So we can add, where is it? Right here, available POI. We can make this 2, and we just drag and drop the town, or bridge and forest. Then we get town 2 will also have the bridge and forest. The bridge will have 3. It'll have the forest, town 1, and town 2. And then the forest will also have 3. Well, the bridge, the town, and the other town. And then let's just update this quickly. We can add a quick UI to this. It's gonna be text, and it'll be name. Okay, so this. Whoops. Some values driven by Canvas. Okay, so UI text. So I'm trying to quickly remember how to do the text stuff. Sorry, I'm kind of just also just vibing to this music. Should have a thing for like showing the current music playing. That'd be pretty nice. Oh, I guess my music isn't. Well, that's fun. Has it just been me? Has my music not been playing through this? Let's see. Currently fixing technical difficulties. 1 second. Or just super quiet. Maybe I should bump it up a little bit. Is that good? I think that might be better. Cool. Okay, so UI. Okay, so I think I figured it out. So we want to do it as a world space. So we're going to set the text. It's going to be huge name. We want it to be... Okay, so that didn't work. $12. Can we do that? Are we good? Didn't help. Yeah, that is some large text. I just want the player to really be able to read it. Because how else are they supposed to read it? Oh, 0.1? How small do we make this? Holy. I think that's pretty good. And then we just do -1. Is that too far? -1.5. Perfect. Those are like the locations. So like these are gonna be like the different towns and places that a player can move to. Like, for example, this one is Town 1, Town 2. I know very original names, but I don't know what to call them. Or we'll call one I have like all the Camelot characters. Oh, nice. What'd you get done? Did you get your archer in place? 10. Nice. Let's see. So point of interest, I guess we will add a reference to the actual text mesh. Public text mesh pro. I'm gonna do name text and then public string name, and then at the start we're just gonna set name dot. There you go. Beautiful. It knew what I wanted to do already. So with that, we can just move this here. Why do you not accept? What did I do wrong? I feel like I did something wrong. I feel like I don't have access probably to the canvas. So this might be more canvas. Canvas. And this will be canvas dot name dot text. Oh dang. Get component text mesh pro. Name dot text equals name. Will that work? I'm not sure. What if you do this name text? And then we just do canvas.name text. No. Get components name text. Not sure that'll work. We'll just try this, Text Mesh Pro, and hope that this works. So with that, we'll rename maybe this to, I don't know, Salem. No, we'll do Camelot. We'll do this one, Salem. So then we could do like Salem, Camelot, Forest, Bridge. I feel like I'm kind of make this complicated when I shouldn't be. Didn't work. You know, I'm not going to make this complicated. There's no reason for it to be. Because we could just update this to Bridge. The only reason why I might want to figure it out, which I probably will eventually, is so that different cities could potentially change names based on maybe the what's happening in the plot of the story or something. So that might be something I want to change, but for now, this will be fine. So now we can see the different locations. So what I want to do is I made each of these have their available point of interest. And those are the only ones that I want the player to be able to move to. So how I might want to do that is I think I'm going to add maybe I'm going to create another sphere, and this will be a highlight sphere. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. And the whole point of this sphere is that it's just going to highlight, add a little highlight to the... So when you hover, it shows it. So it's not actually changing the color of it. It'll change the color of the highlight. So default will be... I guess blue's fine. I mean, default's really going to be null. Like nothing. But for now, so we'll do default, and then we're going to change the alpha to, I don't know, what's a good 150? Is that... Oh, I guess it's not that. It's going to be... what would it be? Maybe it's in the actual highlight itself. I thought it was in the material. Oh yeah, it is. So we change it to transparent. And then 50 maybe? Is that too dim, do you think? No, I think that's good. So then we just gotta mess with the size a bit of the highlight. What's 2 like? Maybe 1.2? Okay, I think that's pretty good. We just want maybe it'll be. No, I think that's good. Okay, so then in the point of interest, we want to have public game objects highlights. Oh no, highlights. Okay. We also want public material. Okay, so the default mat's fine. Public material, default mat. So then what we want to do is, instead of hover map, current mat, public available mats. So set hovered is going to set the highlight and not the, so we're going to do highlights dot get component hover mat. And then we're going to show dot, so highlights dot sets active is true. At the default, we're going to set to false. And then when we set it to default, we also want to set it to false again. And with that, we can. Oh yeah. Available. So then set hovered public void set active set current. So the mesh doesn't do anything. We just hide it basically. For current, we want to set to current mat. Set that to true. And then for set available. Okay. Ow. Ugh. I just think I just pulled on my leg from sitting down. How do I do that from just sitting down? Okay, so okay, so we have all these so that we can change the type around. So then in the overworld maps, we have this list of. Wait, where's that at? Is that in the overworld manager? Where'd I put that? Is that in the point of interest? Yeah, this list of available point of interest. So in the overworld map, basically when a player moves to a point of interest, that point of interest will become the new current POI. So then we're gonna set. Updates available POI, which will just be a function here. Void. We're gonna want a public void. Basically, why I'm making its own function is we're gonna want to set this. We're gonna want to call this when we initialize this map. Updates available POI. So then I'm actually gonna do public void set current POI. And this is gonna pass in a point of interest POI, which will then move this down to here. Pass the POI through. And then this will call this. So I'm not necessarily sure I need to really break this up, but I'm gonna do it anyway, just for my own sanity. So the point of this is that it's gonna gets the available POI. So we're gonna go through for each let of our POI in current POI dot available POI. So this is going to loop through all the available POI, and we're going to update this to POI dot set available. And I think I might want to do a void clear POI. Which will be called. You gotta be careful with this because we want to do POI dot set current, and then we're going to clear it before all that. And clear, it's just going to go through. So this is going to be a public. Nope, we're going to do a private list of points of interest. Points. Maybe all POI. And then this is gonna update on starts. So we're gonna void starts. We're gonna do all POI equals get components. Points of interest. I think this is work. Got to list. So at this time, this should be all POIs that are on the map, and we just want to go through and reset them to defaults. Cool. So hopefully this will work. My only thing is that I kind of want to ignore if the POI is hovered. but that might just have to be something we work on next. Okay, let's try this out, see what it does right now. I'm not quite sure. I have guesses, but I'm not sure my guesses will always be exactly what I'm going for. Okay, first things first is those didn't hide on initialize. It's claiming that highlight wasn't set. Is that true? It is true. Okay, and then we also want to update these to target. Default is defaults. No, we don't want to do defaults. Accessible is available. Current is current. Oh, please don't tell me I have to redo that. Okay, we're good. Okay, so this is what I was potentially worried about. Now they're all green. Oh, because they're all available. Okay. So that was what I was worried about, I think. We're also going to have to update all these so that they're, 50? And they're transparent. 50. Transparent. 50. Transparent. Okay, let's see what that looks like at least. Okay, so it's fighting with the hover. Oh, I also wonder. Ooh, that might not be good. Yeah, I can't click these because now I'm clicking the highlight. How do I do this? So I don't like the highlight anymore. I think I might do like a circle underneath. I mean, obviously this is going to change completely when I actually add some interfaces to it. I'm just trying to determine what would be the best way to signify it. I feel like highlights kind of messing me up so much because it's like around it, so I can't hover it or whatever. Which is why it was spazzing out. Like it was looking at it, seeing that was the POI, so then it showed the highlight. But then it was now pointing to the highlight, which is in the POI. And so it was like a never-ending cycle. That's why it was spazzing out between when hovering. But now I can't click them because I'm now clicking the highlight, not the POI. So it's interesting. So I don't know what we want to do. Maybe we want like a 2D mesh. So maybe we want, I don't know, an image. Maybe we'll just throw an image underneath. Kind of large. We can chill out, guys. We'll do highlights like this. Delete this. This will be default to, I don't know, that, I guess. With 1, 1. What is 1? Way too small. 10? 10? I'm not sure what I'm looking at right now, so... Oh, the width is 10. 10 good? What was 100 again? That was that one. 0, 0. 10. 10. 1. 1. Okay, 1's too tiny. Maybe 2. How's that? Is that good? That's fine. Can we get a circle, please? Circle. 3, 3. 2.5 maybe. That kind of works. We'll roll with that for now. I feel like I need to do point of interest canvas and then put some text or some script on this. And then we will throw this point of interest canvas into the overworld. And what this is going to do is nothing. So we need to have a public text mesh pro name text public image. What's the image? What would have an image that was changing? I know. Character would. Character information. It's just an image, but we also need Unity UI. Image. This is gonna be the highlights. So now all the point of interest, we need to kind of throw these same things into here. Where are we? Canvas. And then on public, sorry, void start. Public void update name string name. Perfect. This is going to be a highlight dot active. How do I hide an image? I know I could do transparency 0, but I don't think that's what I want to do. Unity hide image. Highlights that enabled equals true. On start, we want this to be false. And for these others, we want it to be true. And then we want to throw these mats into the canvas. Actually, we should make this more generic. We could just be like, set mats, and then pass in a material mats, and then we set the mat to that, and then we don't need all of these, and then this is set active, or set active, and this is a bool active. And we could simplify a lot of our stuff just like that. Okay. And then in the overworld map, sorry, the point of interest, we want to update this to game object. We want point of interest canvas. Set highlight active. Okay, we want this over here. And then for this, we just want canvas dot, what do we have? Set mats, available mats. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we have the point of interest should be updating the canvas, and the canvas. Oh, would that mat work? I don't know if that would work. So I don't think we need the mats anymore, because We need to change the color of the... We need to change the color of the canvas. Or the image now, instead of actually setting a matte. So I'm gonna get rid of these mats. And then we're gonna set highlight. And we're gonna pass in a new color. So the color we're gonna go for, we'll match it up to what we have for these. So accessible is currently, I think it's just 02550. So set hovered, we'll do 255 0 0. That makes it what, red? Okay, we want it blue. No, I guess that's fine. 255 is fine. Set current, we want it to be blue. And then set available, we want it to be green. So this is going to accept a color. Highlight dot color equals color. And then we're going to change it to set highlight. Okay. Now hopefully with that, we should be good. Okay, we have some bug. Okay, stop it. What do we have? Name text. Okay, why are these not working? It is a Text Mesh Pro. Let's see. Maybe it needs to be a TMP text. I don't know why the image isn't working. Okay, so that worked. So maybe this is the wrong image. You. I don't know what other image it would be. Okay, let's take a look and see what color information's doing then. This is under prefabs, interface, color information. Our character information, sorry. Health bar is a health bar. Isn't this exactly what we've been using? I don't. I swear sometimes. Does this mean that this could have just done it from start? Let's try this out. Where is my... Okay, I don't know why everything's so small. So if I do that just straight from this, public TMP text, name text, just do dot text equals name. Will that work? Public string name. Let us give it a try. Wow, that's annoying. Okay, well, I guess that works. Can I move this out of the name for the canvas? No, it does not seem so. Okay, we're gonna make sure this works. It at least ran, and it got the names. Okay. So we can reference it directly. We don't need that stupid in between. So, whoops. So image, highlights. Using UI. So the idea is I don't need to have this stupid thing in here. So this color is highlights. Just gonna do set highlight. We'll make it a generic thing. Void set highlight. Blah blah blah. Color equals highlights. Cool. Highlights. Dot enabled equals false. This goes here. And this equals true. Okay, with that, we can get rid of this extra script. I'm all for reducing scripts. I don't need this many scripts in my stop in my code if I don't need it. Yep, don't want it. Remove this script. Remove script. Now, we should be able to put this. I still don't understand why that is happening. Okay, so I'm just gonna do game object and then we'll sort of hack it. Game object. Dot get component of an image dot color equals color, and hopefully this will work. Okay, now with that we can just go bam. Okay, so step one seemed to work. What are we looking at? What's he yelling at me for? 45. Hello, welcome Zodiac Clives. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh man, Zodiac lives. Man. Great. How about you? Apparently I can't read names because they're all like lowercase when I looked at that screen. How are you doing, Zodiac? Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I joined that, I don't know, a week or two ago. Let's see. Is it like Zodiac as in like Zodiac Brave, or you just like the thing Zodiac? Like the sound of it or something? Um, 40 was there. The error was line 45. So this is causing error. So can we hope that this will work? Okay, so get component. Fair. Sorry, for some reason it just reminded me of my favorite game, which was Final Fantasy Tactics with the Zodiac Braves. It's like the big main thing of it. You're trying to get all the Zodiac stones. I think they're called the Zodiac stones. Man, that was a while ago. Yeah. Yep. It is the Zodiac stones that you're trying to collect. Yeah, I'm working on a game. Currently, we're trying to get this overworld thing to work. It's airing a lot right now, but that's fine. I can show you the game quickly if you want. Speaking of Final Fantasy Tactics, this is pretty much what this game is. It's like this. Maybe XCOM. Or maybe a little bit of Fire Emblem. It's like a turn-based strategy game. Basically, this is the core concept of the game. Is this map right here. So you can move your character. You can attack. And there's a possibility to miss. Like if you hover over, you see at the bottom, there's like hit chance and damage. Let's see, I can pull this out. Oh my god, I'm making a mess of this interface. There we go. So there's a chance to miss. I don't know if I'll get it. Nope, I just killed him. No, this guy's just a god. He hits every time. Metal Gear Acid. Man, dang. Okay. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I have the basics of everything going. So you could do a basic attack. Your characters have equipment. My dog is growling. You have equipment, and then like the equipment actually applies to your properties. And then those are used to calculate the attack chances and the damage you'll actually do. And then I'm currently working on like an overworld so you can move between maps. That's what you jumped in on. Which is this. But currently debugging it because it's breaking. But basically these are the cities and then the maps that'll have different enemies on. But yep. Today we're just doing some coding. No, I mean this is one of my hobbies, is I just like making games. But this specific game is gonna be, I'm using it for my masters. So at the end of my masters, I need to create a demoable game. So this is the one I'm currently using. So hopefully by, I don't know, next December, I'll have a game that is demoable with arts, abilities. I don't know, something that could potentially look like an actual game besides this. I have a couple other projects that I'm kind of doing on the side. Like, for example, one is a fighting game that I'm making. I'm hoping to make it like a VTuber fighting game. So that's kind of one of my other projects. But I want that to be a little bit more structured because this is kind of just, I'm just kind of working on this. Hopefully I'll figure it out. My other one, I want to make it more of like a series, like, hey, I'm going through this game. I've done the research before. I know what's gonna happen, hopefully. Yo, what up? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to Disaster Tour. Yes, me again. How's everyone doing? My name is Glitched Rune, if you don't already know. You could just call me Rune. We do a lot of gaming and occasionally game dev. And today we're doing game dev. So we're currently working on this game. I did a draw. What do you mean you did a draw? What does that mean? Here's my socials. Feel free to check them out. I'm live every Monday and Thursday. You came into the draw. I know. It's terrible. Are good? I still don't know what the draw is. But yeah, I stream every Monday and Thursday, and I'm also going to stream this Friday. I'm going to be playing the Diablo open beta. A draw is a draw. I mean, that's fair. That's the definition of a draw, I think. Like, directly from the dictionary, probably. That a draw is, in fact, a draw. Probably, yeah. That's what I was thinking, too. So yeah, this is the game I'm currently working on. For all the new people that just jumped in. It's a basic strategy game. You can move your character, you can attack. Oh, we finally got a miss. So there is a chance to miss. So at the bottom you can see there's a hit chance, which is 76%, and then also damage. Oh no. You did a draw, I see. I feel like someone I know is probably on there. So yeah, this is my game. I mean, this is what I'm working on. Currently working on this for a master's. There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be done, but I threw together the basics. So yeah. I do play D&D. I also DM. Well, currently we're playing Pathfinder, my friends and I. And then I'm running a Masks campaign, which is another tabletop RPG. I'm also playing no, that's Pathfinder Wednesday. I don't currently play D&D, but I've played a lot of it. I really should find another D&D campaign. I need more time to waste. I really don't, but... Okay, so back to what we were doing. Just trying to fix this stupid error. It's in the overworld. Okay, so... That's fair. I feel like I got pretty lucky with my friends when a lot of my friends play D&D, so... So we kind of occasionally jump in and out of campaigns. Currently we have 2 separate campaigns, as I said, a Masks one and a Pathfinder one. If I wasn't doing my master's degree, I'd probably try to find another one. But I'm kind of super busy with, getting into streaming and then also doing my master's. Takes a lot of time. So let's see. So we have this error on this component right here. It's throwing an error with the image. For some reason I can't find it, which is fun, I guess. So it's probably right around here. Still need to figure out why it's not doing an image instead of doing a game. Maybe it's because it's a texture. That's fair. It requires a lot of work. Yeah, I mainly do most of my master's work on Sundays because I do online courses. But I feel like it's going to ramp up more towards this end of this, I don't know, last semester or two. Just because I need to work on this project and get it done. But yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of work. And as I said, just getting into streaming, so I'm just trying to figure it out. Oh yeah, I mean, it's in game design. So it's really video game related. So yeah, it's more of like actually designing video games versus actually making them. Yeah, my ultimate goal is I want to, well, currently I want to basically make games. I kind of want to make games on stream and try to teach people. A lot of 0-1. No, not really. I mean, it's not that. You don't have to go that basic. I did that for my software, my computer science degree, and I don't want to go back to that. This is more, it's a master's of arts, so it's more the design of it, not really the actual coding of it. A lot of the people that are in the same degree are actually mainly artists. There's not many programmers. Yeah. So, yeah, game design are really the people that are kind of like run the show at a game studio. They have to come up with the schedule and what actually like the mechanics of the game. No, that's more like art. There's like, so basically game studios are basically broken up into 3 sections. There's game development, there's artists, and then there's also, why did I say it's so weird? Artists. And then there's also game design. So the game design is kind of like they're the management almost. Like they're the ones that are putting the plan together, writing out all the documents. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, no, that's a good reference. Yeah, they're pretty much movie directors. They're the ones at the top. They're telling everyone else what they need to do, making sure that the direction of the game is going the right way. Figuring out all the mechanics and what people like actually need to do for those mechanics. Whether you need, arts or sound or code to actually do it. That's all part of it. They're the ones that basically they put together a schedule, they write out the documents, and then they go to a publisher to pitch the game, right? And then hopefully they'll give you money. Sort of. It's mainly the publishers that are more, because like the whole thing is that a game designer basically needs to appeal to a publisher. They're kind of the in between between a publisher and a studio. They're kind of like the front way facing. Like they kind of have to talk to the publishers. The publishers are the time crunchers. They're the ones that are like, yeah, we want this game done by now. And the game designer's like, okay, so if we want it done by now, this is how we're gonna have to set the schedule. If that makes sense. So they're kind of at the mercy of the publishers. Because the publishers are the ones with all the money. They're the ones that actually pay the game studios. So for the most part, the game designers are kind of, yeah, they're kind of like the bosses of the game studio almost. Even though there are going to be, bosses of the game studio. But they're the ones that basically run the teams and make sure that the game comes out according to the publishers. Yeah, pretty much. Are you doing any work while you're not streaming and grinding masters? I mean, like a job? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I have a day job. I am a software developer. I work Monday through Fridays, 8 to 5 or whatever. Yeah, I have a job. I play video games. No, Mondays through Fridays. All week. I have a normal day job. I do my masters on the weekends. I stream and I play video games. It's pretty much what my time consists of. And I guess watch anime. I mean, I try. I constantly am trying to do something. I don't know. I guess. I thought that I could probably take my masters and apply it to do this stuff on stream. Like I really do want to make games, and like the games I want to share with the community and build it with the community. So that's why I'm trying to build a following around my channel to, I don't know, help make games. I don't know, like any games. Right now I'm making a turn-based strategy. One of the ideas I had, because I'm in the VTuber community, is I was gonna make like a VTuber fighting game. So I was gonna make the game and then try to see what people are interested in, maybe being characters. I was planning on, like, in my Discord, I'm planning on throwing up like different polls to try to get like the community to like have like direct input. Like, for example, I'd be like, oh yeah, so we have this character. We've implemented, I don't know, dodge mechanics in this fight game. Like, should this character's fight like dodge mechanic be different because of, I don't know, some aesthetic they have going on? And so I want to get like direct input from the community, so that, like, I don't know, it's kind of like a community game was built it, but like I'm the one that actually built it. I did all the work. And then also, if I get the community involved, potentially I can get, I don't know, artists. Well, so the fighting game would be a different thing than this turn-based strategy. I think it's more like, I was thinking more like Smash Bros, where it's like a party one. Because the idea would be that, like, I want to try to get VTubers involved, and then like it would be an easy one for VTubers to be able to play. So not like a really hardcore fighting game, but more of like Smash Bros, like I said, where it's like a party fighting game. Or maybe, I don't know, stick fight, like stuff like that. But yeah, like any money I make like from my streaming, it's gonna go directly back into either the channel or, getting assets and art for hiring people to actually get art for the game or games I do. Because I mean, I have a full-time job. I don't need to make money. Wasn't there an open code fighting game where you can implement custom characters? I mean, I'm sure there is. I mean, you can do a lot of customizations in like Soul Calibur, what, 6? And yeah, I mean, depending on what VTubers I get, um, I feel like if I get VTubers like through the VTuber fighting game, I'd work with whoever VTuber I'm using or adding to the game and try to come up with abilities that would fit their aesthetic and or maybe inside jokes for their group. I don't know. That's all stuff I need to get down the line because I mean I'm not large enough to get to to do that stuff yet. I'm not large enough to I don't know. I still need to build the rest of the game. I want it to be nice and clean, feel smooth, so that we actually have people that would be interested in doing it. And then like I want to, as I said, I want to have the like a whole community help build it. So I'm just trying to grow at this point. Open code custom character fighting game. Pretty much, yeah. That's what I'm working on. I'm aiming for having a community in my Discord. So if you guys are interested, like, please join my Discord. As I said, I'll definitely post updates, and that's where the polls will be. And maybe community nights. I don't know. It's all stuff I'm working on. Yeah, definitely. No, I agree. That's why I'm just currently trying to build a basic demo around it. Obviously, currently my biggest priority for game development is this game because this is the one that's going to be for my master's project. So the fighting game's kind of taking second step right now. So it's just kind of I'm building up my streaming while finishing my master's, and when I get a basis for both, then I'll probably start planning out the fighting project. I think that's the main idea. Or at least that's what I'm planning. I mean, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to ask. I love just sitting here chatting with people whenever they pop in, so. Well, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. I hope so. I mean, I just started streaming like, I don't know, two months ago, almost. I'm not quite 2 months. I feel like my growth is pretty good. Okay, so let me get back into this a little bit. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I really love my my character. I was thinking on doing a redesign, but like I'm kind of iffy because I really like the one thing I really like for like a UI is like the spray paint, like the spray paint UI. Have you seen those? They're pretty cool. So I was like, what would be cool, like a Rebel spray paint version of this? So I'm currently having someone do a reference to see what it looks like. But yeah. I mean, I'm doing pretty decently. I think my average right now is 7, maybe 8 for viewers. I haven't even been making any content. That's one thing I'm being super lazy about. I mean, with all the other stuff, I don't know what you consider lazy, but I haven't been making any content with on like YouTube or TikTok. So I'm hopefully gonna try to. Thank you, Nightbot, for another Discord plug. I'm hopefully trying to get some more content going for other platforms to draw more people in. And I was thinking about doing game reviews because I think that would be pretty interesting, especially from like the view of a game developer. Yeah, no, I understand. That's why I'm only doing 2, maybe 3 streams a week. I don't want to try to push it. I enjoy streaming. I tried streaming a while ago, like maybe 2 years ago, and I was doing IRL cam and like I hated it. Like I tried and I just could not stand it. But then I was like, I'll give it a try as a VTuber. Because I want to try to get better at communicating with people. So that's the main reason I tried again. And plus I was like, this would be really cool to get this game stuff going, like through streaming. So I jumped in and I've loved it. I love the VTuber thing. So that's what I'm going for. But yeah, the goal is to not burn myself out. I know I'm constantly doing work, but that's just how I am. No, definitely. That's one of the main reasons also. I feel like it gives me like, I don't know, like maybe a false sense of security. The fact that you can't see my face or know my real name or all that jazz. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. I'm just trying to figure out the games to review. Because I guess, I mean, my big thing is like, I want to do like games that are kind of like not super popular, but like still popular. Because like, I guess mainstream games could be bad. Like there are some that are just bad. So I guess that would be a good perspective. And maybe you could see like what exactly I see that would be. Yeah, definitely. I think that maybe like the perspective like, oh yeah, you might like the game because it's just so much fun, but like from a game developer standpoint, these things are what shines in this game specifically. That's true. I mean, I do have a personal thing, and like people associate that to a real name. Like they can find it if they really want to. Like for example, like they have my personal email is connected to my personal account, even though it's not saying like they're not, the username isn't my name. It's an actual username. So that's another step. I just wanted like an extra step of security. Because anything glitched rune is not even close to attached to my real name. Only the things that like legally have to be are, but I feel like I've just been chatting. Should just turn this to a just chat. I think I don't have a just chatting scene set up. Okay. I will catch you later. Oh, that's fair. Hurry up. Don't want to let it get cold. Yeah, I think that's one thing I want to try to get better at is just chatting. Yeah, I'll see you. I might be on still. I don't know. I don't know when I was planning on getting off. I'll probably just chill here and keep plugging away at this. So the highlight.get component image isn't working. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I need to figure out why this isn't working. Just check. Yeah, I think my biggest thing is that I need to work on, that I'm trying to work on, is probably the just chatting aspect, because I want to get better at just kind of like sitting here and talking. Like I can talk all day if you get me into game development, but uh, just in general, like I don't know if I could just go off on game development without like a prompt. So I mean that's the biggest thing I want to work on. Otherwise, I play video games. I really want to try to do more collabs, but I'm sort of working on some. But I don't know. Like, I'm kind of in the, I don't know. I'm kind of in that like beginning weird phase where you're like, should I try to collab with people? I don't want to annoy them, you know. I don't know if that's a thing or not. I feel like it is. I feel like I'm gonna be stuck on this image all day. Let's see. Okay, so get component image. What is my... It's an image from the UI. Yeah, I would assume it does. I would assume like once you start like actually collabing, it becomes easier. Because like once you do it the first time, you know, it's kind of like, oh yeah, it's just a collab. I feel like the initial one like is the weirdest. I mean, I've been playing games occasionally with one of my friends on stream. But I mean, it's a friend. I think it's different than trying to become friends with someone you really haven't interacted much with. Okay, so image TMP Pro. I don't know why this is not working. Enabled equals false. My biggest thing is I don't even know how. That's fair. Yeah, I haven't tried playing with viewers. I don't. The games I play generally aren't play with viewers friends. Yeah, I'm working on some stuff with collabs. I have a couple of friends I've made so far in the community. Yeah. I think my biggest thing is like I don't know how do people even just like sit and just chat, you know, just do it just chatting without. I guess they like set up like prompts and whatnot, but like I don't know if I could. I guess I would kind of be like, I don't know, maybe if I'm like a new game's coming out and I really want to talk about it. Like I could talk about Diablo. I could probably talk about Diablo 4 all day now. I'm so excited for that game. Plus, you know, I love Diablo. I guess you don't know. I love Diablo 3 when I have so many hours in it. I think it's countless hours probably. Okay, so we said this is an image. So highlight dot color equals color should be a thing. That's fair. I mean, those games aren't for everyone. They're fun. I mean, next weekend's open beta for the new one if you want to try it out. played last weekend from the closed beta, and it was fantastic. I only stream on Friday for it. I streamed, or I had a character that. So in Diablo, there's like a hardcore system where like if your character dies, they like you lose the character. And I was playing last weekend, and I lost one of my 3 characters I made. Just because I could not play that class. Yeah. Yeah. That game, I don't know, there's a couple games I could go all day on. Game development. My plans for the stream I could probably go all day on, even though, I don't know. Saying it and not doing it really doesn't mean anything. So you can play, like in RuneScape has something similar. You can play a normal character or you can play a hardcore character. And so you basically just, when you create a character, you could say whether they're hardcore or not. And I always like playing the most difficult games. Like I love the Dark Souls series, so I always go hardcore whenever I play. So whenever you die, you lose everything that character has. Yeah, it was in the last game too. Like this isn't a new concept. It's been in Diablo for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool things that like most people don't know about game dev. That I mean, like, okay, what I'm trying to fix, I'll show you. So basically, what we're currently looking at is this is gonna be an overworld map that a player can travel between the different, I call them points of interest. So like they could go between like town to a bridge to another town, right? So that's what we're looking at. This concept's called a white box concept. And what that means is that there's no art. Obviously, there's no art here. This is basically how games start to be developed. They're in this white box stage where you create, you know, I showed you this map where these are literal boxes, but like everything's just boxed out, very simple colors. Most times they don't even have colors. That's why they call it white boxing. Because, for example, these are going to be stairs. This is water. This is right. It's the bare bones. Like this is going to be a bridge. Like it is just like a block, but eventually it'll be a full like a full model of a bridge with like a gate underneath it and stuff like that. So that's the concept of white boxing. So, as I said, we're currently looking at a white box. I call it the overworld. So it's like a map of where the player can go. And just signify where the player can go. I only want them to be able to go pretty much. It's kind of, yeah, there's kind of like a lot of stages. Let's see. I have there's also a document that I can pull up. I gotta be careful with this because this has my information on it. Let's see. Yeah, there's actually a whole document I wrote out for this game that has basic concepts. Give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. I'll be careful. I think I got it. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. Whoops. That's not it. Okay, hold on. Let me quickly check that I'm not doxing myself anywhere. Okay, should be good. Okay, so I'm only gonna bring. See, I had to remove the buy. So this is a whole entire thing that I wrote out. This has all the aspects, including what I hope the art's gonna look like. For example, like I'm planning on the final product to sort of have a Final Fantasy Grand Blue fantasy style art to it. In-game models are going to be pretty stylized. So like Fortnite or XCOM 2. I know it sounds bad, but they actually have pretty decent models. If you've ever seen them. See, they're like this. They're like the stylized basic version. This is the user interface I'm planning on using. Blah, blah, blah sounds. This is sort of like what game designers do, is they write all this out. And this is sort of what I was talking about, like the travel system. This is kind of what we're working on right now. There's this overworld, and there's these different points that can move to. So each point has like specific places they could go to. Like this point right here can only go to these 3 places, and it can't go all the way over here. The battle grid, how the battle grid works, different things for the battle grid I plan to implement, like cover. Pathfinding. The turn system's completely written out. It's kind of complex. This is all like basic math that explains what the turn system works. This is like the turn order for the interface. I think you sort of get the idea. Like this is all stuff we have written out. Yeah. As I said, this is kind of what that's kind of like what game designers do. Is they write all that out, they plan it out, then they start putting a schedule on it. I think I have a schedule on here. No, I don't. I don't have a schedule. But then you start like scheduling out. You're like, oh yeah, this piece that we start with is going to take this much time, so we put it on a schedule. Whatever. That's all that we do. But basically, yeah. So this part is the overworld. So what's currently happening is there's an error going on. So what I want to happen, these little circles around them are supposed to signify like, oh yeah, they can move to these. So that's why I'm trying to change the color of them. Because currently when we play it, they disappear. They don't disappear. There's just an error. Never mind. But yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to figure out. Basically, these things aren't being referenced correctly. Which, yeah, I'm trying to. I really want people to be able to understand what I'm doing because I don't want to. I don't want to go too in depth of it. I want to try to give a basic overview. So yeah, so basically, overall player, points of interest. So this object right here is one of these little circles. So that's what we're working with. Hello, thanks for the follow, Ina Lakaba. Did I say that right? I don't know. I tried. How's it going? I'm doing pretty well. Yeah. Nope, just coding some games after work. It's pretty much what's happening right now. Ah. So yeah. This is Unity 3D. I find I like Unity better than Unreal because it's in C#, and that's what I work in. So I have the most experience in that. Plus the games that they make now are pretty decent. They're pretty up to par with Unreal. I mean, Unreal still has like an advantage in the visual aspect, especially with Unreal 5. But Unity's pretty up there. So yeah, so we have this error. It has something to do with this image. Hey, if you need help with Unity, hit me up. I can help you out. Unity's pretty much, yeah, like Unity's like the free thing that most people use nowadays. Yeah, as I mentioned, I like teaching people, so if you need to learn Unity, I definitely have the basics of Unity then. There is a whole model system that I'm not quite a professional at, but as I always say, that I'm not an expert, but I'm really experienced. So I'm still learning a lot of stuff, but I do know a lot of stuff that I could teach people. Okay, so like for example, like I don't know why this image isn't being like working. I don't get it. Okay, we're gonna delete the image. I'm tired of it. And we're gonna create a new image. I don't know. Sometimes this works. You don't know. Highlights. Okay, and then that didn't work. It worked. Why? I don't understand. I don't get it. Oh, maybe because I used the sprites. I don't know. I gave up. This isn't worth racking my brain on. 2-2. Sometimes code just, works how it wants, and you gotta reset it and hope that it doesn't break or something. At least all my experience of being a developer, that's what I've learned. Okay, so hopefully this just works now. That'd be the dream. Okay, so hovering, it's now red. So that's what we're targeting. So if we move, okay, so the green ones are the ones that we can go to. Oh, okay, dang it. Okay, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Okay. Unity works in C#. That's the code behind it. That's what all this is. Yeah, I already have like a shit ton of code. Like if you look over here, these are all the files I already have going. Yeah. He's slowly making his way. He's just trying to survive. And then he disappears into the village at this point. So currently, this is the state of it. We have this hover. So a couple things to note is that I need to run the available functionality and the current selected functionality at the beginning. So like, for example, like currently these two should have a green thing around them. Because you can see if I click this, those become green. And he disappears in that. One thing I want to do is make sure that he stays outside of the village or the bridge. So that's two things I need to do. Another thing is that when I hover it and remove it, it disappears. That shouldn't happen. He just disappears in the void. But if I click, yeah, he moves over there. Oh, but it didn't clear. Because Salem shouldn't be selected anymore. And I could click Salem, and I don't really want to click Salem. So I need to prevent him from moving to places he can't move to yet. Okay. So yeah, there's a couple things to work on this. So first things first, we're gonna do, when you click play, we're gonna run it at the beginning. This should be the easiest one to work with. So if we look at the code, we have this point of interest. Yeah, sorry. There's a lot to consider in this stuff. That's why I try to basically break into an overview, and then like we'll go through it one by one. At least that's how my brain deals with it. I actually usually write a thing, but I didn't write it this time. I usually write like notes of what's going on so that I can keep track of it. Let me actually write that up. Game dev. So currently we gotta run the availability method at start, prevent clearing highlights on hover, clear highlights on recall of method, prevent moving to non-available. What's up? Yeah, I have. I'm planning on. I'll probably get off in 30 minutes, probably. Yeah, I'll definitely catch you later. Here's a question for now. Can you see things in your head? Like visualize stuff? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I guess I can visualize stuff. It's strange that you bring this up because there's actually a podcast I was listening to today. I was talking about how there's only a certain percentage of people that can't actually see anything. They don't have like an inner monologue, which is pretty interesting. You can't do that as an artist. You mean like you're like visualizing what you want to draw? Is that not a thing? Like I could kind of visualize what I'm trying to build, like what I want this to look at the end, sort of like a vague thing. But I'm definitely more of a 3D person than like a pen and paper or 2D. Hmm. I mean, I tried learning to draw, and I just can't do it. I'm not great at it. I've done it a little bit, but like, I don't know. There's a certain point when I just can't make it past for drawing. Okay, so we want to run this at start. So we are when this overworld starts, we want to set current to current. I know that seems stupid, but that's what we're doing. The stuff I go off when I draw are basically muscle memory and references. That's fair. I've heard that's the way to go. Yeah, I tried doing it, but I think it's just I didn't have the patience to learn it with all my other stuff I was learning at the time. So I mean, obviously you can see that my schedule is pretty busy, so learning additional stuff is always hard to put in. I mean, I do it. Like I've been playing piano for 15 years, so I do a lot of practice. Dang. Yeah, I don't know that feeling. I guess I get that feeling when I'm staring at code all day. Like that thing just scrambles your brain. I think if I do this, this will just work now. It didn't work. Why did that not work? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. As I said, like, staring at code that just is so confusing sometimes just scrambles your brain. Like, there are some days, like, at the end of my work day, I'm just like, I can't do any more work. I have to, like, go to sleep and then come back and then I'll know the answer to this problem, sort of thing. Like, that happens all the time. Ugh. Okay, so this didn't call for some reason. So I guess we're gonna throw a breakpoint here to see what's up. Oh yeah, just trying to overwork yourself, trying to memorize everything. I can see that. Yeah, I hate saying this because like it sounds like a brag, but I mean I'm a pretty smart dude. I never really studied for tests, and I still ended up with a 3.8 in my college, my engineering college and high school. So I don't really, I never really had that issue. Like currently in my master's, I have a 4.0. Yeah, some people just get lucky. Like I got lucky with my stats. My intellect is a nat 20. Okay, let's run this. So we gotta see why this is not calling. It does call it. Clears the poi. But it doesn't update the continue. Okay, so it reaches there. We do poi update set available. Set available is setting the highlights to a color and then should be enabling it, but it's not. So we're gonna throw this here. Okay, it is. And the enable equals true. I think I know what's happening. So if I remove this, I think it's a runtime error. Which means that let's make sure it works before I explain what it means. Because sometimes I explain it doesn't happen. See, it didn't happen, so I don't think that was the issue. You always got in the smart class? Is that an issue? Like, are you like... Oh, it did work. But didn't clear this one. Okay, we don't want to highlight the one we're pointing at. Okay. So it sort of worked. It sort of worked. Hey, at least you could do art. I wish I could do art. I know I got all this other stuff, but I just can't focus and work on art for some reason. I said, like, my hobbies are pretty extensive. I do a lot of different stuff, but art, I wish. I mean, I play multiple instruments. I can do game development. I can I can do 3D modeling. I'm not the best at it, but I did learn it for a while. I don't know. There's a lot of other stuff. I can speak 3 different languages. Well, sort of. I can understand 3 different languages. I just learn them and forget them. Okay, so we got this stuff that... Okay, let's get rid of the whole fact that if you hover over it, it disappears. That's one thing we gotta get rid of. So what we're gonna do for that is we're gonna create an enum. Which is a concept that's sort of like... Enums are basically concepts that are like... This thing has so many so many options. So I'll show you what that means. I gotta remember where I threw all my enums. Character, core. I don't have any enums, I don't think. I thought I did. Character? Oh, here are the enums. Okay, so I'll create a new one. UE class. Let's pull up the enum again. We'll copy it. Oh, I didn't name it. Whoops. So we're gonna rename this. Why won't you let me rename you? What is happening? Oh, I see. We're currently running it, so we can't. Whoops. Okay. So I'm probably gonna finish what I'm currently working on. I'm probably gonna jump off because it is getting late. So we want to create a new thing. Still can't rename it. That's awesome. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, because we're still running. Why is it still running? I told you to stop running. Rename. So we're going to name it... What do we rename it? We are going to rename it... What is this for? This is for the Overworld highlights. Overworld... Oh, sorry. This is point of interest, enum. Of interest status enum. Point of interest status enum. So basically this is going to have default, which means that it's not selected or not highlighted at all. It'll have available. It'll have current, and then it'll have hover. No, we don't want hover. Hover is the one thing we don't want to have. So default, available, current are the three we want. So then we throw this on the point of interest as a public. Do we want a public? Yes, we do. Public point. Oh, I gotta move this into the overworld. There we go. What happened? Okay. Point of interest. Status enum. Status. And we're going to default it to default. So then when we set it to default, we set the status equals default. Set highlight, set available. We're going to set to available. Set current is set current. Okay, so then we're going to do a public void set to status. So then we're going to have a switch statement in here for status. And then case default, break, case point of interest available, break, case point of interest current, break. So what these do is we're going to basically just call set current, set available, set default. Okay, and then this is going to be called on the highlights. So after the highlight is finished, so that is in the Overworld Input Manager. We have the set defaults. So we want to set to status. So this is when it's hovered. And then this is when it's not hovered. So this is when it's resetting itself. So hopefully with that, we can... hopefully it'll run. That'll be the dream. Okay, so one thing to notice is that this is still white, which we just want this to not be there. So if we go remove, okay, that works. Go remove, that works. Hover, remove, okay, that works. Okay, so we got that working. I kind of want to not be able to hover over the current one. So if that does not equal null, and then we also want to do check hovered does not equal managers.map manager dot Current poi. Okay, if that's the case, then we won't highlight it. Okay, so we're not highlighting it. We're highlighting that. We're highlighting that one. Don't really want to highlight that one. I feel... So the question is, what do I want to do with the highlights? And I think the thing that I'm planning on is if you highlight something, it'll pop up with a menu that shows... It'll show, like, details of that place. So if that's the case... Whoops. If that's the case, then I really don't want this to be here because I don't want to prevent it from actually hovering. I just don't want us to be able to do any of this stuff in here, which is kind of weird. So I still want it to hover, but okay, that's kind of weird, but future case, this is what I want. Last thing I want to fix before I call it is I want to fix that thing where it's like not setting at the null. So that should be being resolved in the where is it? The clear, which is in the I'm trying to remember where this is at. Overworld map. It's in the overworld map. There it is. This clear poi should be removing it. So it's doing poi set defaults. Poi set defaults should be setting it to false. What if we just try this again? I'm gonna just try this again. Okay, so that does clear it out. So that is a runtime thing. I think there's another function that gets called at the beginning. Let's see. Unity. Sorry, I'm doing this on an off screen. I don't want to accidentally dox myself by searching Google, you know? Unity. What is called before start? Awake. I knew there's one that happens immediately. Start is called before the first frame. Awake is always called before any start functions. And after the prefabs are instantiated. Okay, so we want that. We want that to be called. So we're gonna do a void awake. No. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't want to debug. Void awake, and then we're gonna throw this here. Yeah, I have a 4 monitor setup, so like generally when I'm doing this on 3 different monitors with something playing on my 4th monitor. But since I want to show everyone what I'm doing, I'm trying to do everything on 1 monitor. Which makes it kind of slower. Okay, so that worked. Cool. So we crossed that off our list. Let's see. Clear highlight on recall of method. Yep, that is covered. Prevent clearing highlight on hover. Yep, that is covered. Run availability at start. Prevent moving to non-available point. Okay, so I've one last thing. I know I keep saying this, but we're gonna keep going. I want to finish this list. I want to finish this poi stuff. So the last thing we want to do is we want to prevent our player to not, or to not. We want to prevent our player from moving to any other point of interest that is not available. So when you click a poi, we need to check that's available or not. So in the player overworld inputs, when we click, we do this move to player. But what we gotta do. So if manager map does not equal current, okay, so that's making sure it doesn't go to the current one. Actually, we could kind of just ignore that because the current's never going to be in the available ones. So we could just go if hovered poi is managers dot map manager dot available. Oh, sorry, no, it's hovered. No, okay, so it's managers dot current poi dot available poi dot contains. I believe this is right. And then we want to pass in the hovered poi. So this is basically saying, so the current poi that we're currently at has a list of available pois that the player can go to. And if the current hovered one that you're clicking on exists in that list, then you move it to them. So with that, that should resolve this. So if I click Salem, they can't move. If I click Camelot, they can move. But if I click Bridge, they should be able to go move. Yeah. It's kind of slow. He disappears into this. So that's one thing I want to do, but I'll do that eventually. Player needs to be outside of poi. So then if we go to Salem, he'll move to Salem. It didn't clear it though, because Camelot shouldn't be selected. So what is happening there? So it's not clearing it. So if we look at poi, nope, sorry, overworld map manager, clear poi, setting it to default. Defaults is disabling it, at least it should be, and then setting it to default. But it doesn't seem to be doing that. Somehow resetting it up. Okay, so we're gonna throw a debug on that default. We'll run it. Okay, continue. So when we go to forest. Oh, okay. So that answered my question. So when we're doing a move to, we're not calling the clear apparently. So that would be the issue. So when we do a move to, player move to, we set the current poi. It should be doing a clear poi. Is all poi not set then? Ooh. Okay, we'll throw a thing here instead. Okay, so we click the next one. All poi is empty. Okay, that's the issue. Okay, so I think I've run into this issue before. Basically, the issue was that it keeps reinstantiating itself. So every single time that we call this Okay, stop it. Every single time we call this overworld map, it doesn't actually save all of the points. So I'm gonna do a workaround right now. It's gonna be kind of a hack, and hopefully I can figure it out. But I think it's fine. What we do is we just create this public. We have all these, and we're just gonna add all of them to this thing. As I said, this is kind of a hack. It'll work. It might even actually be more efficient in the long run. But the issue with doing this is that when I have a full map with like maybe 30, 40 locations, I have to make sure that all of them are in this list right here, which could get potentially bad. Potentially. But for now, I think it's a decent workaround. Let's hope it works, or else I just did all that for nothing. Yep, it worked. Okay. Cool. So we got that all working. So is there anything else I want to do? Okay, so I guess that's gonna be stream for today. Let's see, who can I raid? Anyone have any suggestions for raid? Otherwise, I'm just gonna go to, I don't know, Falu's pretty cool. I'll send it to her. Well, thank you everyone for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'll actually send you to Nyx. She's currently playing some Minecraft, so that'll be fun. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Please check out my socials if you haven't. As I said, I'm planning on doing a lot of stuff with game development in my Discord. If you want to be involved in that, please join. I'm eventually going to have some more content on my YouTube, and I'm pretty active on Twitter. So, if you guys want to see me or interact with me more, then please check me out on those. I hope everyone has a great week. I will check you guys out on Thursday. That's when my next stream's going to be. Yeah. See you guys later.